And I would like to call the Niles Main District Library Board meeting for January 18th, 2023 to order. Margaret, please call the roll.
Trustee Derbelik,
Here.
Trustee Schoenfeld,
Here.
Trustee Makula,
Here.
Trustee Rosansky. Here. Trustee Olson is absent with prior notice. Trustee Keene,
Here.
Trustee Kadir.
Here.
Thank you. Item 3 on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. Could we all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. At this time, I will reiterate the rules for our board meetings. As board president and presiding officer, it is my responsibility to preserve and maintain decorum at all times during official meetings of the library board. As such, this board will not tolerate outbursts and
Point of
interruptions
order.
during our meetings. Your point of order is denied. I am asking
Not
that each
surprised.
member of the public respect that and to conduct yourself accordingly. If, on the other hand, you do interfere with the orderly conduct of the meeting or you persist in disorderly, disruptive conduct, I will have you removed from the meeting. Any conduct which interrupts the consideration of library district business is considered disruptive, including but not limited to shouting out, clapping, snapping, hissing, etc. during the meeting. Public participation and comment will be permitted during the public comment portion of the agenda, consistent with the library rules. Remarks shall be made from the speaker's podium only. Abusive and profane comments will not be permitted and will promptly be ruled out of order. If you persist, you will no longer be allowed to speak. The board vests in me, as the board president, the authority to terminate the remarks of speakers who fail to adhere to the rules. Individuals addressing the board must at all times adhere to the library policies and other rules other rules as may be necessary for the efficient, orderly conduct of the meeting. All public comments shall be addressed to the board as a whole, and no comments shall be addressed to individual members of the board, library staff, or other members of the public body. The board welcomes public comments, and in an effort to avoid any misunderstanding, I would like to clarify, no comments shall be made using individual trustees' names or adjectives to describe an individual trustee, or no individual trustee's officer title or any other creative ways to single out individual trustees. These comments will be ruled out of order. Any person who violates the policy will not be able to continue. Your point of order is denied.
Thank you.
Acceptable terms to address the board as a whole are the board of trustees, or trustees plural. Thank you.
Do you have a copy of that in writing?
Okay, Cindy, would
Do
you
you have a
please call
copy
the
of that in
first
writing?
person for public comment?
Do you have a copy of that in writing?
Trustee Keene, you're out of order.
I also would like a copy of that if possible.
Cindy, please call the first person for public comments.
1 moment, please. David Carabota.
Good evening, board members. Want to wish you, as a longtime resident of Niles, Illinois, a happy and a blessed new year. With new year, here we come new resolutions. So with new resolutions also become new predictions. I'm predicting that we will be stepping up one day to an issue where Niles Main Library, in the very near future, will be seeking to raise its debt ceiling, based on to support the full faith and credit of the Niles Main taxpayers. in order to pay those bills that this board is now going to steer us into and rush us to. What do I base that on? Last election, we elected 4 individuals to take on to this board. And one of the things we wanted them to do was impose a hiring freeze. That was done very courageously, although they took a lot of abuse, and they did it. That hiring freeze has now been lifted as of December, with the elected, those that were newly elected, all voting no. Well, then you combine that with removing the hiring, you remove the hiring freeze, and then what happens next? Who we elected, we wanted them to say, hey, return the power to the board when it comes to hiring. That's what we elect you for. That's part of your duties. And the board did that. They took back what they gave the director. The director had carte blanche to hire, and they took that back. Well, now that's been changed as of December. That's taken away. Director does the hiring based on what the director deems fit. No board approval needed. Third thing that I base that on is the change that happened in December, where now all of a sudden there was a directive that was passed by this board that the director of the Niles Main Library now go forward immediately to fill all those empty old positions we used to have. We have a ballpark now of 60 employees here. We used to have up to 115. Where do you think this is going? Even if we bring it up to 90 employees, it's silly. And these new board members that have all voted no against that are representing the renters of this community, contrary to what was said at the last meeting, because renters pay for the library. When you raise real estate taxes on rental properties, you know who picks up the tab? The tenants, not the owner. Also, you represent the homeowners and the businesses. We have a great library. There is no need to be increasing the budget above and beyond what it is now that allows for $1,060,000 to be spent every 2 months to operate what? A library. That's enough. No more. As we go ahead and push for more positions, and we push now for unionization and all that you've been now imposing upon us based upon a change in the law that took place in December that allowed Springfield to insert a library board member, as a library board member, their select, in order to fill the open position. And no action should be taken because we have an election coming up right around the corner. And the election should be that allow the people to decide, do you want to be hearing that prediction that we need to raise our debt ceiling, or do you want to keep spending under control? It's not that we have a bad library and we have bad programs. It's that we're being overcharged. And whether or not there are people in this community that can afford it, being overcharged, people who can't afford it don't want to be overcharged. Those are for the people that actually pay for this library. Thank you.
Thank you.
Elliot Osherman.
Good evening, Board. How nice. Twice in a row I get to follow Jim Carrey. This is Elliot Osherman against the Committee Against the Retention of the Three Snoozes. That's the name of it. As usual, I've given a copy of these comments to your Executive Director so she can give them to you in advance so you can follow along. Following along is my expectation of you. As usual, I'm addressing my comments to the entirety of the Board. I might refer to an individual, but addressing an individual and referring to that individual are two different actions. And as usual, I start with my 9 declarative statements, that I will be neither silenced nor interrupted, nor will we, nor will the community reclaim our library, that I will remember this, as will we, as will the community reclaim our library, and that I will vote on April 4th against the retention of the snoozes, as will we, as will the community reclaim our library. As I have in the past, I will attempt to enlarge the Board's vocabulary. 2 phrases tonight. The first is obstructionist. The second is crony. Obstructionist actions are those that impede progress or change or forward motion toward a goal. For example, not voting to confirm a board member per your own bylaws and state law. Then insisting that the proper procedure is to try to conduct a special election. That's obstructionist. Then when the state legislature determines the date by which the board has to determine its own seventh member, signs it into law that the Secretary of State should designate his own choice, telling the public that if the Secretary of State designates someone, it will be his crony. More discussion on that phrase in a bit. Then suing the Secretary of State to issue an injunction on a temporary basis to deny that designee his seat. Then suing again to make that injunction permanent. These are obstructionist tactics. Stalling tax levy hearings and then delaying discussion of them to the very last minute before a county deadline. These are obstructionist tactics. Ignoring requests for agenda items as new business, or changing the phrasing of requested agenda items to forestall voting on these issues. These are obstructionist tactics. The community will not tolerate more of these tactics. Crony is a derogatory term. Cronyism is the spoil system practice of partiality in awarding jobs and other advantages to friends and trusted colleagues, especially in politics or between politicians and supported organizations. For example, cronyism occurs when appointing cronies to positions of authority regardless of qualifications. Your treasurer used that very term at the April meeting last year when discussing the possibilities of Secretary of State White designating someone he already knew as friends and cronies for the trustee vacancy. Your president was extremely worried that Secretary of State White was not from this area and would not designate someone with knowledge of the library geography, history, and procedures. What terrible crony did he designate? Well, someone from the unincorporated area of Main Township. Well, someone who had previously been under the Des Plaines Library Board. Well, someone who had previously served on this board in 2020 until the question of length of his residency arose. I'm not supposed to name names. Someone who wants to reclaim our library. I'll end with two relevant quotes, and I'll name the people that quoted them. As on the walls of the Chicago Public Library, the very existence of libraries affords the very best evidence that we may have for the future of man. T.S. Eliot. And finally, from the pseudonym Lemony Snicket, a library is like an island in the middle of a vast sea of ignorance, particularly if the library is very tall and the surrounding area has been flooded. Unquote. We have two board members who are willing to be the lifeguard. One wants to throw life preservers to the public patrons. One wants to throw anchors and to patronize the public. Thank you. Oh, one more thing. Reclaim our library. And good night.
Thank you.
Roberto Botello.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Roberto Botello, longtime resident here in Niles. I stand before you to encourage you that as you continue to conduct business tonight, seriously consider the tax levy that is supportive of the needs of the community. By that I mean a tax levy that is supportive of continuing services, staffing levels that reflect the needs of the community, as well as maintaining a library in good structural condition. By that I mean the necessary maintenance and repairs that every structure needs. I really suggest that consider deeply the impact that prohibiting those tax levies would cause damage to the library. Please consider that, as I know that the majority, that all of us here support our library. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Renee Sutherland.
Hello, my name is Renee Sutherland. My pronouns are she and her, and I'm an organizer with the Niles Coalition. Our Save Niles Library campaign is made up of concerned community members and patrons who are fighting against a right-wing attack on our library by trustees Jerblik, Schoenfeld, and McCullough.
You're out of order,
in our
public speaker. You have to watch what you're saying.
You can't.
Please refrain from mentioning names of individual
Please
trustees.
don't interrupt my public comment, which is protected by the First Amendment.
Your comment is out of order.
By state statute. There is no limitation on my use of adjectives or my use of your names.
If you would please be quiet. I would be able to answer you. According to
I'm
OMA.
not asking for you to answer
According
anything.
to OMA.
We are united in
public
our mission
comments-
to defend
You're out of
our
order.
public
I'm sorry, you're
institutions,
finished.
such as the Niles
Please
Main
sit
District
down.
Library.
You have to
We
sit
would
down.
like to thank trustees Rosansky, Olson, and Keene, and Kadir for ending the malicious hiring freeze that is causing so much hardship for the staff. We know that library staff are the library, and they are being oppressed by this faction of anti-library trustees. We notice that tonight's agenda includes a discussion of their collective bargaining and their compensation. The board should ensure that there is an increase to the compensation for our library's dedicated staff whose salaries have not risen appropriately while they have continued to keep our library running throughout the destructive hiring freeze. We have heard Carolyn Derblick state that their compensation cannot be increased during negotiations, but we have not been told where we can find that written in any statute or other governing documents, and want to ensure that you're dealing with accurate information, since it seems there has been so little communication between the administration and board regarding union negotiations. We expect our library to negotiate a fair contract with the Niles Main District Library Union to ensure that staff have the protections they deserve and to attract talented professionals to backfill empty staff positions now that we have smashed the so-called hiring freeze. We also continue to demand that trustees Derblick, Schoenfeld, and Mikula resign immediately and be replaced by library advocates who will uphold the public's trust. It is time for you to
Ms.
step
Sutherland,
down
according
in
to
light of
OMA,
your violation
any
of the
person
Constitution,
shall be
the
permitted
Library
an
Trustee Manual,
opportunity
and
to
Open
address
Meetings
public
Act.
officials
Thank you.
under the rules established and recorded by the public body. So you are in violation. It's an,
Policy.
and Mr. Elliot Osterman, you are out of order.
You are also.
OMA is a public document, and according to OMA, any person shall be permitted an opportunity to address public officials under the rules established and recorded by the public body. That would be our policy.
That is not
Thank
your
you.
rules.
That is all the public comments, or all the people that have signed up to make public
Thank
comment.
you. With respect to the trustees, I would like to read the rules that govern the proceedings of the board.
Didn't get it right this time.
As you know, the rules of parliamentary practice comprised in Robert's Rules of Order govern the proceedings of the board. There are certain rules contained within Robert's Rules with respect to decorum. By reminding you of the rules, I hope it will lead to a more civil and productive debate, which is one of the most important concepts underlying parliamentary procedure. Robert's Rule of Order number 7, debate states speakers must address the remarks to the presiding officer, be courteous in their language and deportment, and avoid all personalities, never alluding to the offices or other members by name where possible to avoid it, nor to the motives of members. Additionally, Robert's Rules of Order number 43, decorum in debate states, in debate, a member must confine himself to the question before the assembly and avoid personalities. All the trustees should refrain from disturbing the assembly, and you should encourage others to do likewise. Consistent with Robert's Rules, I am asking each of the trustees to refrain from speaking until recognized, confine remarks to the merits of the pending question, refrain from attacking a member's motives. The measure, not the member, is the subject of debate. Address remarks through the chair. The application of Robert's Rules is the best method to enable the Board of Trustees, with due regard for every member's opinion, to arrive at the general will on the maximum number questions of varying complexity in a minimum amount of time, and under all kinds of internal climate, ranging from total harmony to hardened or impassioned division of opinion. Thank you for your cooperation. The next item on the agenda, number 5, approval of minutes.
I'd like to move that we move item 9A up so that the gentleman from Lauterbach and Amen doesn't have to wait till the end of the meeting.
I second it.
Margaret, call the roll.
So the motion is to move 9A up to before approval of minutes. Trustee Derblick?
Actually, I think, isn't it 5A?
Before 5, right, before 5A, approval of minutes. And that's 9A would be moved up. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes.
Trustee Rozanski?
Yes.
Trustee Keene?
Yes.
Trustee Kadir?
Yes.
Yes. 6 yeses, 0 nos, passes.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Brad Porter, and I'm here on behalf of Lauterbach and Aiden as the principal that oversees the library's financial statement audit process. I will be giving just a brief recap of the documents that we've issued at the conclusion of our fiscal year 2022 audit cycle. Special thank you to the board for having me out this evening, and before I go any further, I would like to give a very special thank you to Cindy and her team for a phenomenal job well done this fiscal year. I know an audit is no easy task. There's a lot that goes into it above and beyond the scope of her normal job duties. So a special thank you to them.
Excuse me, Brad, if I could just, for the sake of the video, read the appropriate line item for this agenda since we
Sure.
moved it.
Yes,
Okay,
absolutely.
one
Sorry.
moment. The next item on the agenda for new business is 9A, 2021-2022 Annual Financial Report Presentation by Brad Porter, the Audit Manager with Lauterbach and Amen LLP Auditors. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you. Sorry, I was getting ahead of myself. I
No
know the
problem.
audit is everybody's favorite topic, so.
Of course.
Now, at the conclusion of each audit cycle, there are 3 pieces of required communication that we issue that I will be providing a very baseline, brief topic overview here. So the first item is what we call our SAS 114 letter. In accordance with Statement on Auditing Standard Number 114, we're required to state whether or not we had any disagreements or difficulties with management in going through our audit process. And I'm happy to report in the body of that 3-page letter, you will find no such disagreements or difficulties noted. The second piece of required communication is what we call our annual financial report, or our audit for short. That is going to be the thicker of the 2 bound documents that you have in front of you with your logo on the front cover. I know there's a lot of information and material within this audit document, so for the sake of time here this evening, I'll be sticking to primarily some of the intangibles with regards to the audit. And if any questions arise, I can certainly plan to coordinate a call with any of you. So with that said, please turn to page 1 of the audit document. On page 1, you'll find what is known as the Independent Auditor's Report. This is the most important page within your audit document. In addition to stating your responsibility as management, which is to ultimately prepare a clean set of financial statements for us to work off of, we go on to explain what our responsibility is as your audit firm. That is to ensure that we're generating an opinion on the financial statements that are provided to us. I'm happy to report for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2022, we've issued what is known as an unmodified opinion on the financial statements. An unmodified opinion is the cleanest form of opinion that any governmental organization can receive, so congratulations. Ultimately, an unmodified opinion states that we as your auditors believe the financial statements to be free from any material misstatement and that there are sound internal controls in place over the financial reporting function. Now, because there's just so much financial information within this audit document, I wanted to point out pages 5 through 11. Pages 5 through 11 are what we call our management's discussion and analysis section. I know the financial statements are very difficult to interpret and understand sometimes, so I oftentimes like to point out this section to boards as it's going to give you a great narrative overview of fiscal year 2022. It'll have a number of financial highlights, charts, graphs, things that are a little bit easier to comprehend than the statement of net position or statement of activities. So I just wanted to point this section out to you here this evening. Now, the third piece of required communication is what we call our management letter, and that is the second bound document that we have distributed here this evening. I'll give you all a moment to open that document up as well. Now, the primary purpose of our management letter is to convey anything that sort of falls outside the scope of our audit process. That could be best practices, that could be upcoming accounting pronouncements, That could be internal control practices or policies that we would suggest implementing. So I'm happy to report for fiscal year ended June 30th, 2022, we've only have one current recommendation, which is solely for transparency purposes only. I can't stress that enough. That is with regards to an upcoming accounting pronouncement for subscription-based lease arrangements. So we will be working directly with the team on any and all necessary journal entries to implement GASB 96 for next year. So nothing.
Which page is that recommendation on?
That would be on the first page, under current recommendations of your management letter.
Okay.
The management letter is broken down into current recommendations and prior recommendations. It's not in the actual audit document, it's the second bound document. There you go. Yeah, so that's GASB 96. I'm also very happy to report of the 3 prior recommendations that we had issued in prior audit cycles, all 3 have been implemented as of fiscal year 2022, and you'll find that in the status paragraph of each comment. So all in all, a very clean management letter and clean audit process overall. Happy to field any questions that you might have.
So just one, and this is, I'm pretty sure I understand this, but I want you to clarify this for the record. The net position increasing by $2,373,120. Basically, my understanding is that means we took in a lot more money than we spent.
Yes, to some extent. So your net position is going to be the government-wide level as a whole, whereas fund balance is the modified accrual terminology that's used to explain specific individual fund level increases or decreases. So GASB likes to throw a lot of terminology at you here, but as a whole, your revenues exceeded your expenditures by said dollar amount.
Okay.
For fiscal year 2022.
For the layman,
Yes.
or layperson, that's what,
Yes.
okay. Just want to make sure I understood it correctly.
Any other questions? I appreciate you moving me up on the agenda here this evening.
Oh, you're welcome.
Don't want to waste your time.
Thanks. All right, certainly feel free to reach out if you have any questions on the financials.
Thank you.
Thanks for your
Thank
time.
you.
Thank you very
Brian.
much.
Take care.
Okay, we will now go back to item 5 on the agenda. Item 5 on the agenda is approval of minutes. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes of the October 19th, 2022 regular board meeting?
So moved.
Second.
We have a move-in and a second. We now can have discussion. Trustee Makula.
I have no problem with what Margaret typed out.
All right, thank you. Trustee Schoenfeld?
No comment.
Trustee Rosansky?
No comment.
Trustee Keen?
No comment.
Trustee Kadir?
I wasn't on the board yet, so I have no comment.
Thank you. So just so I'm clear, the only change was what's in yellow. Is that correct? All right, thank you. Margaret, please call the roll.
Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes,
Trustee Rosansky?
Yes.
Trustee Keen?
Yes.
Trustee Kadir?
Abstain.
Thank you.
Wait, one moment. So that is 5 yeses and 1 abstain. It passes. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is 5B. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes of the November 16th, 2022 regular board meeting?
so moved.
Second.
Thank you. We have a movement and a second. We now may have discussion. Trustee Makula.
No questions.
Trustee Rosansky.
comments.
You've
I'm sorry,
passed
Trustee
Sue.
Schoenfeld.
Yeah,
No comment.
Trustee Rosansky.
thank you. No comment.
Trustee Keen.
No comment.
Trustee Kadir.
I wasn't here in November either, so I have no comment on those either.
Thank you. Margaret, please call the roll.
Trustee Derblick,
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld,
Yes.
Trustee Makula,
Yes.
Trustee Rozansky,
Yes.
Trustee Keen,
Yes.
Trustee Kadir.
Abstain.
5 yeses, 1 abstain, passes.
Thank you. Okay, the next one on the agenda is 5C. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes of the December 21st regular board meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Okay. Trustee Makula.
No comment.
Trustee Schoenfeld.
No comment.
Trustee Rozansky.
Yes, I do have a comment. I feel the president's report needs to be summarized. And I would like to make a motion to summarize, have her report summarized.
Are you talking about what's on page 11?
Yeah, page 11.
Yeah, that is a summary.
That is a summary?
Yeah, that is a summary.
God help us.
We had numerous accomplishments I wanted to bring to the attention of the public.
Yes, I can imagine you did. Thank you. Okay.
Trustee Keen.
No comment.
Trustee Kadir.
I just have one comment. On page 12 at the top, it says Trustee Kadir thanked the staff for doing all they have done. You have our support. That should be changed to stating that they have our support. So replace you with stating that they. And if that's agreed upon by the other trustees, that minor change, then we could just vote on it now instead of having to punt it.
So the mover and second accept that change?
Sue and Trustee McCool and Schoenfeld, Trustee Kadir just made a change.
Yeah,
Changing a word.
Just one word.
That's one word?
3 words.
Yeah,
I changed it
three-
you
yeah,
to
he-
stating that they.
He eliminated one word, and, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
That's second, yeah.
Okay, sounds like we're ready to vote.
Sounds good. So I'm going to move to vote to approve the minutes with the amendments that I just stated on the record.
And I'll
And
second
Trustee
it.
Kadir, all we're changing is from you to they, correct?
No, should be changed to stated that they.
Stated that they, got it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Or stating that they, sorry. Stating that they.
That's they, got it, instead of you have our support. Excellent, thank you. All set. Okay,
So
so
again, I motion to approve the minutes for this December 21st board meeting.
you're amending
You're
it?
amending the original motion?
Yeah, I'm amending, sorry, I forgot the motion already came in. Yes, I'm amending the original motion to approve the minutes with this inclusion of my amendment.
And I seconded it.
Okay. All right, Trustee.
okay, I was going to say, Margaret, please call the roll.
Trustee Derblick,
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld,
Yes.
Trustee Makula,
Yes.
Trustee Rozansky,
Yes.
Trustee Keen,
Yes.
Trustee Kadir.
Yes.
Thank you.
6 passes, 6 yeses.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is 5D. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes of the December 27th, 2022 regular board meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Trustee Makula.
No comment.
Trustee Schoenfeld.
No comment.
Trustee Rosansky?
Pass.
Trustee Keene?
Yes, I think all the conversation that's included under new business does not need to be included. I think it should either be much less wording, or it could just be hiring freeze discussion. I'm not sure exactly how to correct this, but I think all of this is not necessary.
It's difficult when the agenda item is the discussion. It seems like it should be somewhat documented what the discussion was. It's not like it was just, a motion.
Yeah.
It's difficult.
In the past, if you look at minutes from previous administrations, when there is a discussion, it is detailed by the name of the individual and what comments were made. If you feel the comments that were made for you as an individual should be different, I could understand that, but there does need to be a summary of what actually transpired. So that's why it includes all of these individuals. Did you have any specific changes, Trustee King?
I'm going to keep reading through the conversation. So if you want to move on to and come back to me, that'd be fine.
Trustee Kadir?
I have a couple specific changes. To where my comments are summarized, it says, Director Rademacher, do we need more staff? It should be changed to asked Director Rademacher if we need more staff. On the third line.
What page are you on?
On page 15.
On page 15.
Yeah, so change Director Rademacher, do we need more staff, to asked Director Rademacher if we need more staff, and received affirmative response. You want me to repeat that? Asked Director Rademacher if we need more staff, and received affirmative response. Okay, and the next sentence should also be edited. It says, President tried to imply that I have, so should state, noted that President tried to imply that he has. So third person. So noted that President tried to imply that he has.
Are
And then
we
no.
changing the minutes to third person? They're supposed to be what was said.
It's, the rest of it's in third person, so that's why it's shifted, and so it's not clear. That's why, because the other comments are third person.
We usually try to do it in third person because it's what did happen, past tense.
Okay.
No. So it should state, noted that President tried to imply that he has, and then no. Tried, the same words there, so just noted that before the word President, and then instead of I have, he has. And then everything else stays the same.
Okay, and I think that needs to be corrected. The president didn't imply, I actually responded to that. That's your statement.
Right, so that's, okay, so stated that. I can say noted that, instead of noted that, stated that is fine.
You're the one making the statement, so that
Okay,
needs to
stated
be-
that.
Yes.
Stated that is fine.
Because
Yeah,
that's
I'm-
clear.
that's
And
fine.
then what I need from Margaret and Cindy is my response to that, because I did respond.
Okay, then add to that, President disputed this.
No, I would like you to go back to the video and it lists what I said specifically to address that false statement.
Do you have something different? Page 15. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you can add President disputed this assertion, stating, and then you can take the quote from the video.
No, I would like Cindy to listen to the video and please put my statement in there because.
That's what I'm saying.
This is, because, well,
Right.
without your comments, Cindy, if you, and I realize it wasn't a statement I made immediately, it was after I had spoken about each trustee, so it's much further down on the video. But yeah, that requires a response, my response.
Right, but it should be stated that that was your response, right? That's all I'm saying. It should be stated in quotes that that's not coming from me, that that's from you.
Oh, I'm sure Cindy will handle that, yes. Are there any other changes?
Yes.
Trustee Rosansky?
Yeah, under page 14, where my name is mentioned, it says agenda was changed. I would like to just cross that off, cross the attorney costs. That isn't necessary. That's more than is necessary. However, the part pertaining to the children and the toddlers and preschoolers during the day, parents bring their toddlers and preschoolers during the day to the children's department. I don't know exactly how I said it, but to me, the way this is worded isn't extremely clear. And I know I said the children's department has the parents bring the toddlers and the preschoolers during the day. Yeah, so, I mean, if that, and the rest of it, just cross it. I personally feel these agendas are too wordy anyway.
Thank you. Any other comments regarding, any other changes to these minutes? All right, Cindy, I'm thinking what we'll do is we'll vote on this motion, but the result would be that you will revise them and then we'll vote on them next month. Does that sound correct?
So then
No, until after it's
you could
revised,
just pull the motion and just say motion to table it, and that would have the same
until
effect.
next month, when she revises it.
Vote until it comes back the next month, unless you're.
I have a motion on the table to approve these minutes.
I motion to table that motion till next month.
And I
Can we do that?
second it.
Is that right?
Yeah,
Well,
or you could withdraw the motion, alternatively.
yeah, I will withdraw the motion. Okay, I withdraw the motion to approve the minutes from the December 27th, 2022 board agenda.
Do we need to move and second that?
I second.
It's already been,
Oh, it's withdrawn, so I don't
Okay,
think.
all right.
needs to
It
be
doesn't
seconded.
need-
Yeah, we don't usually do that, but for today, it's fine. All right, so we are now moving on to 5E. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes of December 30th, 2022?
I so move.
Second.
Thank you. All right, we have a movement in the second. Trustee McCullough, do you have any comments?
No comments on it.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
No comment.
Trustee Rosansky?
no comment.
Trustee Keene?
No comment.
Trustee Kadir?
On page 18, the word waiving should be WAI. It's used in the fourth paragraph, and then in 5A, 5B, and 5C, and 7, it's put
Spelled
waiving
wrong.
as in waiving as opposed to I waive. Just a typo. So in the fourth, after I am objecting without waiving the stated objections, should be AI. And then under 5A, 5B, 5C, and 7, in some cases it's spelled correctly, but in some cases probably spell check got you.
So just check your spelling.
Oh, waiving, should be AI. is
Yeah,
what he's
AI.
saying, just do it.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's
just to
all.
correct the
He's just doing a
spelling.
typo correction.
I'll change that.
Yeah.
Please, yeah, to be consistent. And then we'll vote on them
Well, this one,
with the change.
Yeah.
Going through.
So I move to amend my own motion to to accommodate the typo.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you.
Suzanne?
So we won't bring these back, we'll just correct it and post.
Yes.
Yes.
The 30th,
Yeah,
correct?
so only the
Yes, please.
27th has to be brought back.
Thank you. Margaret, could you please call the roll? Poor woman.
Trustee Driblik?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes.
Trustee Rozanski?
Yes.
Trustee Keene?
Yes.
Trustee Kadir?
Yes.
6-0 passes.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is number 6, payment of bills. Do I have a motion to approve operating expenses of $190,300.50, payroll expenses of $205,397, and special reserve expenses of $16,500 for a total monthly expense of $412,198.50.
So moved.
Second.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
I think you missed the number, you said 300 instead of 301.
Okay, I'll repeat it. Do I have a motion to approve operating expenses of $190,301.50, payroll expenses of $205,397, and special reserve expenses of $16,500 for a total monthly expense of $412,198.50?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, we have a movement and a second. Trustee Makula, do you have any comments?
No, I don't.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
No comment.
Trustee Rosansky?
Yeah, Cindy, I was wondering, check, if you want me to look up the page, I have it right here, it's 25, on 81404. It's for Kleinthorpe. We have a check for last month. Is it just for last month? Because it's over $7,000?
I'm not gonna be able to answer that from this list of checks.
Okay.
I can get back to you.
Because it stated that we are paying them $7,013. And I was just curious, is that just for last month? And, whatever. And the other one was for Clark and Hill. Theirs was even more. It was $7,272.
That is 1 month, I can
1 month.
remember that one.
Legal bills? Yeah.
Yeah, those legal bills will kill you. Okay, thank you.
Trustee Keene?
Yes, I have a question for you, President Derblick, on the Clark Hill bill. I'm wondering why we're only paying 1 month when we received 2 invoices for 2 separate months.
Trustee Keene, we can discuss any questions you have before or after the board meeting. Now is not the time.
That's not going to happen, so you might as well answer me now.
Okay, do you have any other questions?
Yes, why did you not include the
Okay,
bill?
you are out of order. That is a
That's not out of
discussion.
order.
That's not for the board meeting.
Well, we're not going to discuss it outside of the meeting because we
Trustee
don't communicate
Kadir,
outside
well,
of the meetings.
you can talk to me when the meeting ends.
I will
Trustee
not do
Kadir,
that.
do you have any
I'm not
comments?
done. I have another
Okay,
question.
please continue. Thank you.
Why are we paying ECBS to do union matters, and I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. And you're going to not answer this question either, but I'm still going to ask it. On the invoices for the union lawyer, there's a lot of things that are not union-related, and that's not right. If we have one lawyer. who
Again,
is for the
Trustee
labor
Keene, if you
lawyer-
have any questions, please contact the director during
contacting-
hours, and she will be more than glad to answer your questions.
I'm asking you. not the
Okay,
director.
and once again, if you have any questions regarding invoices, please contact Director Rademacher. She will be more than glad to assist
So
you.
you're refusing to answer me?
Of course he is.
I'm instructing you to how you should handle this. Once again, we've been through this before, but thank you for asking again.
So just
Do
to
you have
make
any
that
other
clear,
questions?
just to make that very clear, we have one lawyer who is supposed to be for employment matters, and we have another lawyer that is supposed to be specifically for the union. But just to make sure everyone is aware that the union lawyer is also performing other matters that are employment related.
Okay, and once again, Trustee Keene, your knowledge base is limited in which you're making false statements. I ask you to speak to Director Rademacher during office hours, and she will clarify, and then you can make a factual statement instead of something that's incorrect.
I have them
This
right
is your
here.
personal opinion. Okay, that's not what the statements that are made at a board meeting. So please contact the director.
Especially if they're against a particular board member.
Okay, Trustee Keene, do you have any more questions or any other comments? If not, Trustee Kadir.
I don't have any comments.
Thank you. Okay, Margaret,
So we are not
please call
paying
the
all
roll.
of the invoices for the legal bills.
Margaret, please call the roll.
Thank you.
Right, but the point is that one bill was not approved, and there's no response from the president about why that is. So-
Okay, and again, you could speak to trustee, or you could speak to the director or myself during hours at the library or after the meeting. Margaret, please call the roll.
Trustee Derbelik?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld? Yes. Trustee Makula?
Yes.
Trustee Rozansky?
I vote yes to pay the bills, thank you.
Trustee Keene?
Yes.
Trustee Kadir?
Yes.
6-0 passes.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda, number 7, trustee reports. President's report.
I did.
Okay, the library was closed for extended periods of time for the holiday, and I would like to thank the library staff for providing many online programs and events for patrons of all ages during these holidays. Again, with the winter weather approaching, fortunately, it hasn't hit yet. It's been a great opportunity for more patrons to come to the library and take advantage of our offerings. Although I understand the weather is supposed to get worse, I just want to remind the public that once again, our staff is busy creating many online opportunities for all members of your family. Thank you. Trustee reports. Trustee Makula, do you have any trustee reports?
No report.
Trustee Schoenfeld. No report. Trustee Rozansky.
Of course I do. Like I say, I'm here multiple times during the month, so I have things to report. First of all, Nitwitz is starting to organize and plan for this year's yarn bombing. It will be posted eventually as soon as we tighten the things up, what we're going to do and when we're going to do it. And we will hopefully have residents participate like they did last year. Oh, the Chambers morning meeting yesterday was extremely interesting. And I'm sorry you weren't able to be there, Cindy, because, and actually the other board members, they had a man do a presentation on things pertaining to different people at different age groups and what they need and don't need, you know, stuff to encourage people to come and different. It's hard to explain. There was just so much information. It was very enlightening, and we were told that this man would be willing to give presentations to other groups, and I would suggest getting him into the library. Supposedly he'll do the presentations for free.
Wonderful.
And I'm sure there's a lot of people in this area who have businesses and so on who would enjoy this presentation. It was really good. Oh, the Take and Make project this month was totally cool. They gave us directions on how to fold a piece of paper like this size and make a bag and turn it into a luminary. It was really cool. And I was very impressed. And I want to thank the people who did that. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Keene?
Yes, the presentation by the chamber yesterday was on retention of employees. So it was actually very relevant to our library. And it was very interesting to learn why people are not in the workforce and how many jobs are available. And it was really very interesting. I did take pictures of some slides if anyone is interested in seeing them. I also was able to attend it was also very enjoyable to be able to be representing the library at that meeting yesterday. People were happy to see us there. I also was able to attend the music and art exhibit that was a couple of weeks ago on a Friday night. It was really lovely to come in on a Friday evening to experience live music and professional artwork for free at your library. It was, and they had snacks and drinks. It was a really lovely event. I would highly recommend anyone to come see the photographs that are still upstairs. And I thank the artists that were here.
The dog art was good, too.
Yes, Miss Cora, the dog, had her artwork up as well. And Miss Cora was there, and that was really sweet, too.
Thank you. Trustee Kadir?
I'm going to try to keep this report real short. I want to say a special thank you to the staff for being overworked and yet doing a fabulous job of keeping this library what it is.
Thank you. Okay, 7C. Okay, next on the agenda is 7C, the Secretary's Report. Trustee Schoenfeld. The Secretary's Report is next.
A certified copy of ordinance 22-04 levying and assuring taxes on Niles Main District Library.
It isn't.
I can hear you, but go ahead.
I'll go say again.
Thank you.
A certified copy of ordinance 2204 levying and assessing taxes of the Niles Main District Library, Cook County, Niles, for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2022, and ending June 30th, 2023, along with a certified truth and taxation certificate of compliance was filed electronically with the Cook County Clerk on Friday, November 25th of 2022. The ordinance is available for public inspection.
Thank you. Next, the Treasurer's Report. Trustee McCullough.
The Treasurer's Certificate and Statement of Operations for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2022 was published on Wednesday, December 28, 2022, and also filed electronically with the Cook County Clerk. I'm going to review the financial report for the month of December. December is the sixth month of our budget year. We received $906,301 in income.
Trustee McCall, could you just reference the page within our packet? So I'm looking at the right page.
Pardon?
He wants you to reference the page.
Can you just tell us which
So
page? So I can
31.
flip to it fast.
How much was tax?
No, which
No,
page,
he
which
wants
page
you
you're
to
reading from.
reference
That's
the
all.
page that you're speaking about.
I'm trying to find the page and I'm
Oh.
like looking for page numbers.
Okay.
It's on page 31.
31? Got it. Okay, I got it.
That report
Thanks.
starts on actually 33 is the
Okay,
income statement that it's on.
got it. Okay, cool. Thanks.
We received $906,301 in income. At the close of the month, we had $12,119,389 in cash and investments. Salaries for December were $210,708. Employee fringe benefits were $45,439 for a total of $256,147. We had purchases of $40,400 in library materials in December. Total purchases for this budget year of library materials are $315,693. Library operating expenses for December totaled $21,771. General and administrative expense was $29,065. Utility costs for December were $6,627. Building and equipment maintenance was $15,340. We had special reserves building expenditures of $16,500. Total expenditures for December were $412,198. Total expenditures for this budget year to date since July 1st are $2,547,676.
Thank you.
That's it.
All right, the next item on the agenda is number 9. Oh, I'm sorry, number 8, the director's report. Cindy, did you have anything in addition to offer?
Was interviewed by Publishers Weekly in an article. I don't know if you had a chance to read it, but it was a really wonderful article. We did have a fire drill. Oh, that's better.
We can hear you. All right.
So we had a fire drill for the staff, and that was very successful.
Good.
Learned a few things that we will take care of. So I do have the statistical reports here, and I'll entertain any questions on that. But I did want to mention, this is January now, and this is the time of the year where we do start thinking about internally working towards budgeting. So we are thinking, we need to think about the next fiscal year and the library's sort of fundamental mission to serve the residents of the district. One of the changes that was put in place in 2021 in the trustee manual actually added the line from the statute that the library shall be forever for the use of the residents and taxpayers of the district, subject to reasonable rules and regulations that the board adopts to render the use of the library of the greatest benefit to the greatest number of residents and taxpayers. So as of the 2020 census, our population has increased to 59,181 residents. Our district is made up of 13 census tracts, parts or all of 13 census tracts. And when we look at actually the number of households that we are serving in the district, we have 49.9% of district households that have at least one card holder. So that's really just half the households in the district. And it falls a bit short of the greatest benefit to the greatest number that sort of the state of Illinois mandates for the library service. So as we plan the budget for the future and we look forward to reaching out, increasing our visibility in the community, meeting and listening and connecting with residents that we are serving, we do hope to be able to reach a higher percentage of the residents, which is what libraries are all about. So, are there any questions? I did want to mention too, I might have forwarded this to you, that the Library Journal did release their list of star libraries, and we are again on the list for the 9th time. Just one moment here. Get this right. Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, we're a star library, so
Yes,
that's
I
very
saw that.
exciting.
Thank you. Yes, that was wonderful.
That is very
for 9
exciting.
years.
And so I would like to express my appreciation to the people in the community that, because the Star Library analysis is based on activity that happens in the library. So it's really the people that appreciate the value that the library brings to their lives, and they use the library, they come to the library. And, you know, if you want to visit the art gallery, browse the website, check out some material, you know, it all counts towards compiling the data for this Star Library. So thank you to the community and our patrons that visit the library. So any questions on the statistics?
Trustee Magula, any questions?
No questions, no.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
No questions.
Trustee Rosansky?
Yeah, I was here for Winterpalooza. That was unbelievable, the noise level, because Mickey and Minnie were on the second floor. And I went into the children's department, and it's like, oh no, not the children's department, the lower level, and you hear boom, 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 because all the kids are right above them. But other than that, everybody had a good time, and it looked like everyone, you know, they had to spread it out, so you had no choice. And Mickey and Minnie were such a hit, the lines never ended. So that was very cool. And I think the staff did a good job organizing that.
It is nice. The second floor has really turned into a place where we can hold an event there and have space for people to queue up. Move around. So it's really worked out.
Okay, I'll come back. All right, Patty, are you?
Oh, yeah, I'm
Okay,
done.
Trustee Keene?
No questions, but I have some comments. I just wanted to point out that the one-to-one patron instruction and digital services went from 2 people in 2021 to 68 people, which is amazing. And also for the one-to-one with youth and teens went from 6 to 50. That's over a 700% increase, so congratulations to the staff involved in that. And volunteers and volunteer hours have also gone up quite a bit from December to December. As far as, it sounds like we're talking about highlights right now as well. That's all I had on statistics, but for highlights, I just want to also congratulate all the staff for being Star Library again, but just to also clarify that, and correct me if I'm wrong, Cindy, but I think that was awarded for the year of 2020.
Let me get that correct. Yes, the data is for the fiscal year 1920.
Right.
2020.
2020.
Oh, yeah.
19/20.
2020.
So that
Yes,
was
thank you.
before all of this other board nonsense started going on. That is not a reflection of what's
That was
happening
pre
right now.
this board.
And it was March of 2020 was COVID shut down,
So
March
that's really
15th.
excellent that we were able to
So it's 9 months, really.
Yeah.
Yes. I wanted to read something from page 48 that was actually taken out. I do have permission from the supervisor to read this.
Trustee Keene, this is a board meeting, and the material presented at a board meeting differs from the comments that come from the library that are addressed really to the director. So please refrain from making these unnecessary comments and speak to Director Rademacher during the day about whatever your concerns are. This is not the time for what you want to do.
Sorry, Rich, you're right. It is the time.
Okay,
This
no,
is-
it's not.
if
Trustee
it's
Keene, I'm
included-
moving forward.
No, I
No,
will speak.
No, you're problematic
The way
and
that
you're
the
out of order.
supervisors present their
You're
information.
out of order.
When they are compiling these reports, they are compiled for the Board of Directors, and then they are put online for the public. I have spoken with this about Cindy, and I have spoken with the supervisor
Okay,
about this.
Trustee Keene-
And the supervisor wants this to be included in the
Trustee
meeting
Keene,
tonight.
I will correct you
So you have
one more
taken it
time.
out of the
Trustee
report.
Keene, the
president has
information-
taken it out of the report, and she is trying to hide it because.
I don't hide anything.
Well, then let's read it. Let me
Please
read
be
it.
quiet. No, please be quiet and listen. The
No.
reports that are submitted by the supervisors are submitted to the director. They're
And you
for
took
her
it out.
review.
You took it out.
They're for her review, for her to handle whatever situations exist in the library. That is not what a report of highlights is for the community. Highlights for the community is what our staff provides, so our community can enjoy it.
You are silencing the staff.
No,
Yes.
no, you are not, as an employee yourself of the library, you have not realized your capacity as a trustee, but continue to view the information that comes from our library as an employee and not a trustee. You cannot continue to read employee information that's directed to the director.
The
That's
director
all I have to
included it
say.
as well. The director included it. You
The
took it out.
director doesn't include anything. She has a complete report that I
Sometimes she
review.
does take things out, but
edited.
that's
You're
not
out
the
of
case this
order,
It was
and this
edited.
is not the place for that. Trustees do not bring library staff.
I will make it public then. It will be
You do
distributed.
whatever you have to do.
My
but
concern here
I'm not
is
concerned
we
about your
have a
concern.
president who, in the past, always said transparency, transparency, but unfortunately, she isn't as transparent
Trustee
as she would
Rosansky,
like people to think
transparency
she is.
has nothing to do
Oh,
with
yes, it
your
is.
lack of being a trustee as opposed to trying to be an employee. Okay, we're moving on. Trustee Kadir, I think we've had enough
I'm not done yet.
outbursts. Is there, are you
I'm
ready?
not done yet. The staff is trying to convey how hard they are working and how things are not okay. And there's
We're
also a
well
lot
aware
of
of
things in
that,
here.
and this is not the time for it. You talk to the director, and she will handle it.
I'm also referring to page 51. You have
Honestly,
something to
Trustee
say,
Keene,
Trustee
your
Schoenfeld?
behavior is abominable.
So is yours. Will you let her finish, please?
Well, if she can
Let her
continue
finish,
acting like a
please.
trustee, and you would stop interrupting me.
Well, let her finish.
On page 51, it does say, there are actually a couple times in the newsletter, or in the highlights, that ask for addressing the need for more information in newsletters. It's on page 51 and on other pages as well. Excuse me? Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I thought I heard something. So, you know, if you read these, it's clear staff is trying to make a statement about the newsletters and that we need to have more information included in them because patrons are commenting. A related comment about a newsletter, most of the attendees thought it was a felting class. But in the newsletter, it shows the title without an event description, and that is confusing for patrons. Another comment was, after hearing the comments, it seems that just the title in the newsletter is not enough to get people to sign up for the class. Not everyone is looking at the pictures and descriptions of the events online. So it's becoming extremely clear that the newsletter is not sufficient, and I would like to revisit that at some point so we can bulk it back up so that patrons can find out what is going on.
I personally have experienced myself.
Thank you. Trustee Keene,
same
if
thing.
you're finished, Trustee Kadir.
I have no comments.
Oh, I'm sorry, did you say you don't have any?
I have no comments.
Thank you. All right, Cindy, was there any more that you wanted to include with your director's report? I don't recall if you were finished, I just want to, oh,
If there's no more questions, then I'm,
okay, Trustee Schoenfeld, I believe you had some comments?
Here. I would like to congratulate the Battle of the Books for Washington School, who finished in first place. And then also, I do have questions regarding the library card sign-up. And I'm questioning, is it possible to get more attendees and more people to sign up, like we do a billboard presentation, like on a school bus, showing all of us that we have actual library cards to promote more business for our library? Like present like a school, our mayor, or somebody holding our library cards showing how much we are involved in our community, and our trustees to show that we are taking part in this wonderful library.
In the past, Cindy, we have had photos of the trustees in the front reading a book. I do think that would be a good idea. That would be one way to help promote it.
I think if we have more involvement within our community, our school, our presidents from Culver, St. John Breboff, I think we can present our community on a higher note and show more involvement.
If we
Okay,
show
thank you.
pictures of trustees that attend programs, also promotes things.
True.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there any other comments? If not, we're moving on to our next agenda item, 9B. Do I have a motion to approve the 2022-2023 levy recapture certification, discussion, and possible vote?
How do you approve a discussion? Sorry, I'm confused.
Well, don't be, because it has a vote in it, so I need to have an approval.
I move.
I'll second.
So is that Becky, Trustee Keene, and Trustee Rosansky? Okay, thank you. We have a move-in and a second. Now we can have discussion. Trustee Makula, do you have any comments?
Yes. This is for increasing our tax levy beyond the amount allowed by law, which would be, basically pretty much the inflation level. There's no reason for us to need to increase our levy because we have about 2 years of operating cash on hand in our various accounts. So to have a problem next year with our levy, this is totally unnecessary. We probably ended up paying $1,000 legal fees to have this presented, but we didn't need it, and
Legally, we had to.
Please don't interrupt Trustee Rosansky. Thank you.
we don't need it. It's just we could increase, if the inflation rate is 5%, we could increase our levy 5%, plus the amount allowed in the tax law. So I don't think we need this. This is not necessary. But if you want to vote on it, we can vote on it, yeah.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
I don't feel that there's a need for this right now.
Trustee Rosansky?
Well, since we weren't able to even keep it level or down 5%, and he fought and didn't want us to go down to 15%, which we did. He wanted it to go down to 38. I personally think, as far as the levy recapture, I'm not saying we need to raise it. I'm saying we need to leave it open for the next board to make their decisions. It could be your people, it could be our people, whoever, but I feel it would behoove us to think of the next board. Because the election is April, let's leave it so they can make their decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Keene?
Yes, I was not in agreement with the levy that we ended up with, and I think that because we have lifted the hiring freeze and are going to be hiring new people, the levy that we have, the $5 million levy that we agreed upon, may not be enough in the future, and we need to at least leave our possibilities open for having to raise it possibly.
Thank you. Trustee Kadir?
I support recapture. It's a it's a process that's allowed under the law. It allows us to recapture what we lost and what we unnecessarily slashed. So I'm in favor.
Thank you. I did want to mention a couple comments from Attorney Renner. He mentioned that this extension is actually a prospective statement, and we don't know if this will be the case or not until the county actually extends the tax. My question was, since our levy was 5 million, our budget was 6.1, will we recapture the total amount? And he said they're not aware of the formula and none of this has really been determined yet. He said it's possible what you could recoup is a percentage of the amount. So we're not even sure what this really entails. And then he went on to say that the amount of the monies that we could recoup would be affected by real estate taxes and TIFs in your district and other elements. So it sounds like if we get something, it may not be the difference between what our budget amount is and our levy. So I just want to be clear about that. But again, it is some amount that they will determine at some time in the future that we could recapture. So that's what I have on this. If there aren't any other comments, Margaret, would you please call the roll?
Now, can you please tell me, are we voting, I want to make sure this is clear to everybody, what the actual vote is on.
We want to approve the recapture. Here, let me read the statement. We want to approve the 2022-23 levy recapture certification. So that is the document that will be
Yes,
signed.
yes.
So that next year, when they decide this, we've already submitted the certification and we're eligible for the increase. So that's what we're voting on.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure, be clear on the wording.
And I think the reason Trustee Rosansky is asking is because, President Jovic, you had read it as 2022-23 levy recapture certification discussion and possible vote. So in the motion, are we just leaving at move to approve the 22-23 levy recapture certification? And that's where it stops.
Thank you.
Okay, we've had the discussion and now we're going to vote if we
Right.
want to.
Yeah, so
So
we're
we're
voting
just-
on approving
And that's
the.
what we
Is
want
that
to make
okay?
sure.
All right,
No,
and
that's
then,
perfect.
Just one other document I'd like to share with all of you.
Can I add one comment to
Please,
to what
go
you said?
ahead.
So President Derblick mentioned that we don't know what this formula is going to be. We don't know how much we're going to recapture. So just to be clear, we're basically voting and saying, whatever you figure out, taxing body, we're just allowing ourselves to be eligible for that money. If you, taxing body, determine that that money is, in fact, able to be recaptured. It could be zero, it could be some substantial amount. So I think that that's what Trustee Rosansky was referring to, where we're leaving the option open, because like President Derblick said, we don't know what that amount's going to be.
I believe this recapture is more than the amount allowed by the law currently.
It is, well,
Well,
right, it will be, yes, but we don't know
We
to
don't
what
know what it
extent the
is.
amount is.
Right.
Excuse me, Cindy, by any chance, or Director Rademacher, do you happen to have the resolution? I don't seem to have the copy.
You need a copy? Here.
I'd like to read the resolution along with this, oh, no, I meant, no, not that, Cindy, the entire resolution.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's,
Yes. No.
no, it's a couple pages.
oh, got it. Okay.
Yeah, from the attorney.
Yeah, just so, this will help clarify what we're doing. But what Trustee Kadir had was,
The certification. I just had the
The
certification.
thing that has to be signed.
Yeah, that's just the certification.
right,
That was
I'm
a
going to
draft.
read both, just so
Oh, that's
everyone
also a
can
draft,
get
okay.
better understanding. So it says, Resolution 2201, which is Niles, Maine Public Library District, Cook County, Illinois, certification that 2022 levy may not be the maximum permissible under the property tax extension limitation law. I, the undersigned, do hereby certify that I am duly qualified and acting president of the Board of Library Trustees of Niles, Maine, Public Library District, Cook County, Illinois, the library. I do hereby certify that the library filed its 2022 certificate of tax levy with the Cook County Clerk on December 7th, 2022, pursuant to Section 190.7 of the Property Tax Extension Limitation Law, 35 ILCS 200/18-190.7. The library anticipates that its 2022 tax levy may not lead to an extension equal to the maximum permissible extension under the property tax extension limitation law for levy year 2022. In the event that the library's 2022 tax levy does not lead to an extension equal to the maximum permitted under the property tax extension limitation law for levy year 2022, then the library's aggregate extension base for its 2023 tax levy, subject to the limitations of Section 190.7C, 35 ILCS 200/18-190.7C, shall be the greater of the library's aggregate extension limit, or 2, the library's last preceding aggregate extension as adjusted under Sections 18-135, 18-215, 18-230, 18-206, and 18-233 of the Property Tax Code. In witness whereof I hereunto affix my signature this 18th day of January. I didn't really want to go into all that signature signing. I just want to give you a broader idea of what we're doing. So it says here we'll have two options. One, the library's aggregate extension limit. The other is the library's last preceding aggregate extension. So now this resolution, is this okay, this resolution, I'm going to read the one, this is the one I thought was drawn up by the attorneys. This is the certificate. No, this is yours, so I'm going to read it.
Yeah, this is the one that's drawn up by the...
Yeah, I don't have that, and I wanted to read it to everyone because I think you sent it to us.
This was my draft I sent to the attorney.
And this is what he, okay, that's what I thought. All right, so the document from the attorneys reads, whereas the President and Board of Trustees of the Niles, Maine Public Library District have filed its 2022 certificate of tax levy with the Cook County Clerk on December 7th, 2022. Whereas in the event the library's 2022 tax levy does not produce an extension equal to the library's calculated limiting rate under Property Tax Extension Limitation Law, PTEL, the library is permitted under Section 190.7 of PTEL to issue a certificate to the Cook County Clerk that its 2022 tax levy did not produce the maximum extension permitted under the PTEL, so as to allow the library to recapture the maximum permissible extension in future tax years. Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of Library Trustees of the Niles Public Library District, Cook County, Illinois as follows. Section 1, that the attached recapture certificate for 2022 tax levy is hereby adopted and approved by the Board of Library Trustees. Section 2, the Niles, Maine Public Library District shall cause the recapture certificate to be filed with the Cook County Clerk within 60 days of the library's filing of the 2022 tax levy with the Cook County Clerk. Section 3, this resolution shall be in full force and effect from and after its adoption and approval as provided by law, and shall supersede any resolution or parts of resolutions in conflict with any part therein. And any such resolution or parts of resolutions are hereby repealed to the extent of such conflict. Section 4, if any section, paragraph, or provision of this resolution shall be held invalid or unenforceable for any reason, such invalidity or unenforceability shall not affect any of the remaining provisions of this resolution. So this is exactly what we're agreeing to. I just wanted to help everyone better understand it. Okay, so, Margaret, please call the roll.
Trustee Derblick?
No.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
No.
Trustee Makula?
No.
Trustee Rozansky?
Yes.
Trustee Keene?
Yes.
Trustee Kadir?
Yes.
3 to 3 fails.
Oh, I thought it would have passed. Okay, the next item on the agenda is 10, executive session. Do I have a motion to go into executive session for the discussion and review of the collective negotiating matters between the public body and its employees or their representatives, or deliberations concerning the salary schedules for one or more classes of employees?
So moved.
Second.
Who's second? Trustee
Second.
Rozansky? Thank you.
Okay, the trustees, please, will you proceed up to the second floor?
Can I take a
We have to
roll
take a
call?
vote.
Yes,
Well,
please.
We have to adjourn.
we're not supposed to adjourn.
No, you just move.
Move.
We're
You
just supposed to,
change
Just still-
places. You go away and then you come back.
yeah, we're not
Okay.
supposed to adjourn the meeting. We're just supposed to leave here and go there. And then I come back and I reopen this
Reopen it.
section.
You made a motion to go into executive session, not to adjourn the meeting.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you're not
Oh.
going to vote on that motion to
Oh,
go
wait.
That's
into?
it.
Oh,
There-
right,
It was
yes.
a motion,
threw
so
me
it
off.
should be voted on.
That's what threw me off.
To go into executive session.
Yeah.
That's right. All right. Sorry, my misunderstanding
Okay.
of my own motion.
It's been a while since we had one of these. Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes.
Trustee Rozansky?
Yes.
Trustee Keene?
Yes.
Trustee Kadir?
Yes.
6 to 0 passes. Executive session.
Everyone's here. Okay, do I have a motion to return to open session?
Second.
Dear.
I thought it was just a roll call.
Yeah, it sounds perfect. I second it.
Okay, well, if we took a motion to go to executive, I shouldn't take a motion to come back? You're right, because you're not supposed to leave. All right, so Cindy, what are you saying I should say?
I think it's just a roll call.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, yes, please take the roll, Cindy, thank you.
Okay. Trustee Derblick,
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld,
Yes.
Trustee McCullough,
Here.
Trustee Rosansky,
Here.
Diane Olson absent, Trustee Keene,
Here.
Trustee Kadir.
Here, though I'd love to say I'm not here.
The next item on the agenda is number 11, other. Okay, just a reminder, other is the time for trustees to make suggestions about items not on the agenda. Trustee McCullough,
No comment.
trustee Schoenfeld,
No comment.
trustee Rosansky,
No comment at this time.
trustee Keene,
Yes, I would like to request that we meet in the board meeting next month because there's supposed to be a reading challenge happening in this room.
Pardon me?
So I'm making that request.
okay, thank you for that suggestion. Trustee,
I'm not done.
oh, go ahead.
I would like to also request that we go back to the other request that I made a couple months ago to review the collection policy and book challenge policies and discuss those during a board meeting. And I would also like to ask that we vote on the updated Cards for Kids Act next month. And that's it.
I think the kids' ones and the book are both extremely important.
Okay, trustee Kadir.
No comment.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a motion to adjourn the regular board meeting of October 18th, 2023?
Second.
Okay.
I actually got it out before you did.
I know, I see that.
Sue Schoenfeld.
You're too quick.
Okay, Cindy, please call the roll.
Trustee Derblick,
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld,
Yes.
Trustee McCullough,
Yes.
Trustee Rosansky,
Yes.
Trustee Keene,
Yes.
Trustee Kadir.
Okay, the meeting for October 18th, 2023 is adjourned at 10:24 PM.